regular meeting of the City of Dilley City Council, July 14, 2026. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas will conduct a regular meeting today on Tuesday, July 14, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. I call meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Alexandria Inocencio,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Everardo Castillo Junior,
Present.
Councilmember Place Two Eric Aranda,
Present.
Councilmember Place Three Marisa Torres. Present. Councilmember Place Four Joe Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Place Five Alberto Gomez.
Present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and Texas flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Invocation, please.
Mr. Sonny Hodge is going to give the invocation. Dr. Sonny Hodge is going to give the invocation today. Sorry, I forgot to mention that to you.
Mr. Osio, Pastor Osio?
He's going to give the invocation.
Sure, go ahead,
Yeah,
welcome.
sorry about that.
All right, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the responsibility and the opportunity to be able to be a part of a great community like the one that we live in, Lord. I thank you for government that you have placed in place, Lord, whether it's through election or just by your own sovereign will. We thank you for that. I pray that you would bless this city council meeting with all of the discussion, deliberations, and the decisions that will have to be made. I pray, God, that you would bless them with wisdom, and any complaints that will be made or discussed, Lord, I pray, God, that there would be a resolution and there would be a unified decision that could come about, Lord. Bless our leaders with the ability to listen and to take action on the things that must be taken action and those things that need to be tabled or postponed, Lord. I just pray, God, that your will would be done and that your name would be honored in this place. Once again, I just pray that, thanking you, Father, for the fact that I get to be a part of this community. I pray, God, that you'd bless our mayor with wisdom as she leads our city, Lord, and all of the city council members and our administration, Lord, that you'd bless them with the wisdom they need to also to work together. We thank you and we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Osio. Item number 5, citizens to be heard. This is the opportunity for citizens, visitors, and guests to address the City Council on any issue or agenda item in compliance with LGC Section 551.007. City Council may not discuss any presented issue, nor may any action be taken on any issue at this time. Citizens to be heard are limited to 3 minutes each. Attorney General Opinion, JC-0169. First on citizens to be heard, Mr. Rogelio Hughes.
Thank you. I'm here to discuss a incident that happened at our home at 313 East Leona on 85 on the night of the 5th, right after the fiesta. Me and my wife arrived at home about 11 p.m. My grandson was outside with two of his friends. And Eric and Vince, the three boys were sitting in Eric's car, which was parked in our carport. They greeted us when we got home and we went inside, ready to go to bed. I left over the light over the stove. It's a small light. It doesn't light very much, but anyways, just so we can get around. About 2:15 a.m., my wife Sylvia, she woke me up immediately and I ran into the hallway and saw a person walking backward down the hall. This person was holding a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other. With the gun pointed towards us, towards our bedroom, Eric stepped in front of me and pushed me out of the way. Eric then moved toward the front door with that individual. I repeatedly asked, "Who are you and what are you doing in my house?" This person ignored the questions. The only thing we heard were "get back" and "stay back." I continued asking what was going on, but the person never answered or identified himself. Concerned for our safety, I went back to my bedroom, put on my pants because I was in my skibbies, and went outside. When I went outside, I saw the person who was later identified by my son as Chief Hernandez had already handed Eric over to another officer. It was then that I realized that this person who had entered our house was Chief Hernandez. At no time while he was inside my house did he identify himself as a law enforcement officer, even though I repeatedly asked him who he was and what he was doing in my house. After Chief Hernandez turned Eric over to another officer, he left the scene. Obviously, because he knew he had messed up. To the best of my knowledge, none of the other officers stepped foot on my property or entered our house. The officers told me they were going to tow Eric's car, which was under my carport. I said, "No, you're not." I said, "It's in my property."
Mr. Hughes, sorry,
And
you reach your 3 minutes if you can just wrap up
okay,
the last
so,
statement.
I really don't like what he did. He didn't have a warrant. He didn't ask permission to go in my house. And it's totally unacceptable behavior on his part. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Next person on citizens to be heard, Daniel Hansen.
Hello, I'm from Pearsall, and I'm here to state my experience with Miss Moran when she worked in Pearsall. She made my life miserable. I had a small business selling portable buildings. I had customers that would come to me and tell me how she was bad-mouthing me and telling them not to buy buildings, not from me anyhow, and that all I cared about was money. I had tried to help a lady, Miss Daria Alonso, apply for her permit for a building that was 8 by 12. It was 96 square feet. And 200 square feet is allowed, but she wanted to get this permit and she wanted to get a carport. And so I went to the meeting and Miss Moran was the lady there. And she was rude to me. And she said to the lady in front of me, you said, "Don't do business with Mr. Hansen. He just wants to take your money."
Mr. Hansen, if you can please direct counsel.
Yes. So my commission on that building would be about $150. And it's not worth that much for me to go to a meeting like that and be treated so poorly. And in addition to that, Ms. Alonso, was a very, very nice lady. I think she maybe is from Zacatecas, someplace in central Mexico. She speaks English quite well. She's got a CDL. She drives truck in the oil field. A pretty remarkable lady. But Ms. Alonso didn't hesitate to correct her English when it was perfectly able to be understood. And to me, that was just condescending, disrespectful, and that's how we were treated in Pearsall. I want you to know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on citizens to be heard, AJ Gonzalez. No. AJ Gonzalez, Chief of Dili? No. Next to be heard is citizen Kurt McLean. Esme Cano.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to address an issue that I had and I called into the office to express my concerns. And it had to do in reference to seeking someone to go out and clear the alley that is behind a place where I stay and a place where I take care of, which is 213 East Curtis. That alleyway, I mean, the weeds must be 5 feet tall, if not more. The fence is totally overgrown. It's a city easement alley. I'm sorry, not easement, alley. And they've done it before, but this go around, and I called it in about 3 weeks ago. And I was so disappointed that it seemed like there was enough time to go out. And I'm telling you, it must have been 45 inches wide where they ran the tractor, or I don't know how they did it, but they did cut right down the middle and left an estimated 3 to 4 feet to the fence lines, both sides. Now, I know that there's a lot of debris in there, but you can't do and spend money or tax dollars to do half a job, okay? It took time for whoever went out there, and then you couldn't even do it properly. Get off of the tractor, run a weed eater, spray it, do something else. I called it in again 2 weeks later to complain. That is not what I was seeking. Just to do a little, 4-foot wide track down the middle and left all of the debris. With all of this rain and all these weeds, I understand that there's issues all over town. But with the diseases that are coming with the mosquitoes and flies and dead animals in that area, such as kittens, we need to do a better job. I think that, that's what your staff is for. And if you send them out to clean, let them clean and let them do it right. To my knowledge, they have not been out there after my second complaint to go and finish up the job like it should be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cano. Next on citizens to be heard, Richard Lopez.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Purpose of my, this is my first council meeting, just to let you know. I'm in the process of trying to get some renovations done in my new home. And I was told by my contractor that I'm trying to pour cement to make a driveway, extend my driveway. There's a curb that extends, that connects to my current driveway that's broken. I'm trying to see if the city will allow me to break that curb because it's already broken. I sent some pictures to the mayor. I don't know if we have access to that or not, but I'm trying to get that portion. It's about 6 feet in length that extends from my driveway east, and then it's broken. So from that broken point back to my driveway is what I'm trying to add to my existing driveway. So I'm asking if city can help me with that and try to see if there's anything else they can do also to all the extra stuff that like the previous member citizen here was mentioning of getting some city employees to come and clean the area around on the street. We have after weather, severe weather and stuff, we have dirt that starts collecting in our streets. And then I have large issues with overgrown weeds and stuff like that. With the current weather that's been going on lately, I've had a hard time trying to clean that up. I've had some help from the city before, and I've maintained everything around my residence. And I just need a little bit of help to see if the city can continue doing that, clean our streets. The street itself, I've done a lot of work around there, trying to maintain it. I'm just asking for some help on that, and also consider the fact that when I spoke with your secretaries here, they mentioned that I would be charged a $75 fee to remove that concrete there. So I'm asking if that can be, either the curb can be fixed to make it look like the rest of the curb, or allow me to remove it, and that way I can extend my driveway a little bit better. Thank you for any consideration. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And that does conclude our citizens to be heard. Moving on to item number 6, Mayor's message and department reports. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's regular meeting of the Dilley City of Council. Thank you to our residents, staff, and guests who have taken the time to be part of tonight's business of our city. As always, I want to remind everyone that the City Council is committed to conducting the people's business in an open, transparent, and respectful manner. Every item on tonight's agenda represents an opportunity to continue moving our community forward through thoughtful discussions, informed decision-making, and responsible stewardship of public resources. This evening, we will receive reports from our city administrator and department heads. These reports are important because they provide the council and the public with updates and the daily operations of our city and the progress being made throughout our various departments. We also have several action items before us that require careful consideration. As your elected officials, it is our responsibility to evaluate each item on its own merits, ask the necessary questions, and make decisions that are in the best interest of the city of Dilley and all of its citizens. Serving our city is a responsibility that belongs to all of us. As members of your city council and as your mayor, we may not always agree on every issue, and that is okay, because healthy discussions and different perspectives are essential to good government. We can agree to disagree while maintaining respect, professionalism, and commitment to working together. The office each of us holds is larger than any one individual. It carries with it the responsibility to lead with integrity, treat one another with dignity, and remain focused on solutions rather than divisions. Our community deserves a governing body that works together even when opinions differ, because progress is achieved through collaboration, mutual respect, and willingness to put the public first. To our residents, again, thank you for remaining engaged in our local government. Your attendance, input, and interest in the decisions made by this council are invaluable. Your participation helps ensure that your government remains accountable and responsive to the people it serves. I also want to take this time to thank my fellow council members, our city administrator, all the department heads, and city staff for their continued service to our community. Together, we each play an important role in ensuring that the city of Dilley remains a place where families can live, work, and thrive. With that, I look forward to a productive meeting, and I thank everyone present for your commitment to serving the city of Dilley. May we conduct tonight's meeting with professionalism, civility, transparency, and unwavering dedication to the citizens we are privileged to serve. Thank you. With that, we will proceed with tonight's agenda. 6A, City Administrator Report. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Moran? Or Ms. Moran, do you have any highlights that you want to present to council at this time?
I don't have anything. I think everything is well documented in the report that was submitted.
Thank you. Council, are we okay to proceed to the next item? Item 6B, Finance Director Report. Mr. Alvarez, do you have anything to address with council at this time or any highlights to present to council?
No, I have nothing to add other than what's on the report.
6C, Police Department Report. Chief Hernandez, do you have anything to address to council or any highlights to present to council? Council, do y'all have any questions? 6D, Public Works Report. He's not present this evening. 6,
Is
Mr. Olivares is at a training.
at a training, thank you.
on his report, is the back page, left blank or was it misprinted again like last month?
It's not misprinted, it's because they don't
Fill in
it's
the-
like a light gray font color on the template. You're supposed, he doesn't move it to the black, like to make it black.
Or he just changed
to be Visible,
color?
so that's the reason why. it's
Yeah,
like-
okay, that's all I. I had to read it through my iPad. I had to like zoom in pretty bad.
6E, City Secretary Report. Ms. Prado, do you have anything to highlight or address to council?
No, just that we did have our 4th of July festival that went, I believe it went good. We had a lot of citizens that were happy in regards to the movie and, a community interaction thing. And I hope to bring more events, which I do have a few ideas to bring in for community interaction events. Just looking forward to presenting that, having the opportunity to present it and for the community to get involved.
Thank you.
Ms. Peraldo, I know this month we had the newly elected. Are the newly elected going the one in San Antonio or in Austin or Mass?
Yes, it'll be, the newly elected one is later this month, July 30th to 31st, yes.
Oh.
And then in August,
Sounds good.
it's in Round Rock,
Yeah, around.
but we have it registered for this month.
Oh, okay. Okay.
A quick note, I did submit an email to y'all requesting for the 2026 Hog Wild. If y'all are interested, please let me know so that way I can work on proceeding to get that processed.
By when do you want us to notify you? Because I know there might,
If I can get it at least before the week is over, that way I know that Mr. Alvarez forwarded to me. So that's why, as soon as possible, so I'm able to book y'all's room and, registration,
okay.
which is done with, Denton,
Navarro,
Mhm.
yes. Thank you. 6F, Municipal Court. Judge Flores, do you have anything to address to council or highlights? Thank you. 6G, Library Department Report. There is an event tomorrow, right? From,
yes, the library will be hosting an event for, it's kind of like a petting zoo type, a zoofari event, which they will be here and they will be bringing animals. I do not know which animals, because I just know that they're supposed to be like furry ones. I don't know what kind of furry ones. But there is no reptiles, as what I was told, no reptiles. but I can't say what animals.
What time does the event begin, at 3? Or-
Is it I think 3:30?
Okay.
At 4? Oh, yeah, because they will be here, after lunch to do their setup.
Okay.
And we also had Alamo Lumber donated, which we'll be giving them a thank you. They have donated I don't know how to say it, little keychain animals, but they're the plush ones. The little, yeah,
Okay.
he donated that. They're cute.
It goes with the
The
theme.
theme, yes.
Thank you. GH, Human Resource Report. That does conclude our departmental reports. Item 7, action to consent agenda. 7A, approve minutes of the June 9th, 2026 regular meeting.
Mayor and Council, if, no one has any questions or concerns on that, I'd like to, approve the minutes
Motion
And-
made, I'm sorry, go ahead.
for the June 9th, 2026.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 8, review of bills paid. 8A, June 2026 bills. Council, if you have any questions, the floor is open for you to ask those questions.
Mayor, Council, I did see a line item where it just says Mark. MARC. Is that someone's first name or?
No, it's I believe it's through Public Works. It is, I believe, where they get their tools or some type of machinery, if I'm not mistaken. It's called Mark. I don't know what the
It's an acronym of that?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I-
I was wondering because the lady just says Mark and.
Yeah, we've done.
I know the description says gloves and stuff like that,
Yes.
but yeah.
It's where we get the supplies for Public Works. I know it's from it's a Public Works vendor.
Natasha, on the premiers of civil engineer, the engineer service block trail TCEQ violation 23,600. What is that on?
For the TCEQ for Premier Engineer?
The microphone, please, Mr. Garcia. The question was pertaining to the payment to Premier Engineering in the amount of the 23,640 in regards to the TCEQ violation. He's asking what was that violation?
We'll have to get back with you on the violet.
Give me a minute, I'll check it.
You're asking about the TCEQ violation?
Yes. Yes.
That is. Let's do it. Premier Civil Engineering,
That's pretty sad.
it's on the second page.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
So that total amount is for everything listed on that item? But he's asking about the actual violation.
Okay, we have the, Councilman Garcia, it is not a TCEQ violation. This is regarding the walking trails. We'd be glad to show you the actual invoice if you'd like to see it.
It's just that I saw a TCEQ violation. That's what. brought
It's
my attention.
listed there as it was paid out for a TCEQ violation.
Yes, it was a mix of, it's an invoice for everything that they've done, the council meetings for the walking
Yeah.
trail updates for, they worked with the TCEQ violation. So it's just invoicing us, for their
So it's
time.
not so much, just
Yeah.
for the services
Yes.
to address
Yeah.
possibly a violation.
Yeah, this one was paid out of the hotel motel, the hot funds, as was approved by council sometime back when they authorized the walking trails. That's what this one, the 23,640.
Anybody else have any questions?
No further questions. I ask for a motion, please.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the financial report.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Presentations, 9A. Community Citizen Recognition to Theodore Teddy Aguilar. Teddy, can you please come forward? Mr. Teddy Aguilar, in grateful appreciation, thank you for your unwavering commitment to always giving a helping hand. Your willingness to support the city of Dilley, the police department, and most importantly, our community makes a lasting difference. Your kindness, dedication, and servant's heart strengthen our city and inspire us all. Thank you so much, Teddy, for everything that you do in providing services that you do for our community. You got it.
Guys, thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Item 9B. Commendation Ceremony, Law Enforcement Meritorious Service Award, City of Dilley Police Officer Yesenia Limon, number 5811, in recognition of her heroic actions that occurred on February 27th, 2026 in Bexar County, Texas. Chief Hernandez.
Mayor, Council, Ms. Limon is actually not here today to receive her award, so we will be rescheduling for a different meeting.
Thank you, Chief. Item 10, public hearings. There are no public hearings. Moving on to new business. Item number 11. Discuss, consider, and act on upon Texas CDBG Construction Service Provider Award Detail Certification Form A509. Mr. Carl Esser? Ms. Moran?
Mayor, Mr. Esser was not able to come in due to the potential flooding issues that are occurring in Uvalde. But we do have someone here with Premier Engineering that can address any of the questions council may have. This is regarding the bid opening that we had for the Texas CDBG water well project.
Thank you.
Mr. Manuel Gonzalez with Premier Engineering.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good
This one is in reference to the bidding of the water plant improvements project that we had for the city of Dilley. It was it is well, we had two bids on the bid that came in on July the 7th. The two bids that came in, one of them was from Rio Grande Valley Industrial Machine Shop and Pumps. And the other bid came in from A&A Pipeline Services LLC. The two bids were reviewed and tabulated. Once we tabulated them, we then came up with a recommendation for the council to review and consider. The recommendation would be for A&A Pipeline Services, and the amount would be for a base bid of $10,000, and then including alternate number one for the water plant of $244,892.50, and then alternate two at the Civic Center location of $25,000, and then alternate number three of Civic Center location for $100,000. And then those items was the aerator at the water plant for the $244,892.50. The $10,000 was for mobilization. The improvement at the Civic Center location was a variable frequency drive for $25,000, and the improvements at the Civic Center well capacity filters improvements was for $100,000, and that is for the two filters at the water plant. So the recommendation would be for a total of $379,892.50. Your total grant award amount was for $415,000 for the construction component.
Can you repeat those numbers again?
Yes. $10,000 for the base bid, $244,892.50, $25,000, $100,000. So the total would be $379,892.50. The city of Dilley was awarded a grant for $500,000. The city had committed to matching 5%, which was a $25,000 match. Due to the bids and the alternates that were selected, the bid comes in at slightly lower, and we readjusted the city's match from $25,000 to $24,042.50 based on the amount that you're going to be awarded. And the amount available to draw would be $480,850. That would be within your grant commitment. Do you have any questions? So our recommendation would be for A&A Pipeline Services for $379,892.50.
Where's that company from?
They have an address here. Their address is in Carlos Street in Zapata, Texas, 78076.
They've been in business for a while?
Yes, they've been in business for a while. They have, they still have to pass the SAMP certification from the grant administrator. And they have to do like check on the company, then they would have to provide bonding, performance bond, payment bond, insurance. Once that all is in place, and then the grant administrator, Mr. Esser, reviews their SAMP certification and reviews their ability to do the work. If the agency approves them, then they would then be able to get a contract with the city. So this is contingent on the grant administrator and the funding agency, TDA, approving them as well.
Have you ever worked with them before?
Yes, I've worked with them, and they, in the past, when I've worked with them in the past, they were working under a different company, but they've decided to go on their own, and they're bidding on as their own company now. But they've done about 4 or 5 projects in the past. One of them, Mr. Esser was the grant administrator on it. The other one, it was a USDA funded project. They did raw water intake improvement. They did some community city paving improvements that were TDA funded. And they also did some TxDOT funded paving projects. They did a TDA funded drainage improvement. And the grant administrator on that one was GrantWorks. Different company, but same funding agency. And so they're familiar with the work. I think that they would be able to do the work. And the prices on the, I guess on the bids, I didn't give you both of the prices, so let me give you both of the prices. We had previously bid this job and we had one bid and it came in at 1.2 million. We rebid it and we canceled that original bid. Once we rebid, then we have two bids that came in this time. And the one was from Rio Grande Valley Industrial Machine Shop and Pumps. Their bid was for 995,400. And then A&A Pipeline Services was for 559,892 with 50 cents. Then so once we put in items so that we could make sure that the city would have enough funding available. We put in items as alternatives. So then that we can, if we needed to remove an item, we could remove an item as an alternative so that we could have enough funding to be able to be covered all of it with the grant and not have to come from city funds to match the remaining portion of it. So the 892.50 was their bid. But if you remove the alternative item of emergency power generator for 180,000, it gives you the total of 379,892.50.
But wouldn't you want to keep the generator there?
Yes, we do want to keep the generator, but it puts the city would then have to fund that out of city general fund. So we would put that generator on the next application that we're submitting this month with Texas Water Development Board, the HB 500 application. And so that we could still be able to get a generator there, but through a different funding that would be free or at no cost to the city, because that application would be 100% grant, no match. And with this, we would have to match 145,000 out of city funds. So there would be I think it would be a better, yes, option. That's what we're looking at. So that's why we made the recommendation to have it removed. But yeah, we do want to have backup generators on all of our facilities.
Yes.
And we are applying for that with your next application. Good question. Any other questions?
So do we need to wait to approve them till after the grant coordinator approves that they pass and can do the work, or?
No, you would approve them contingent on their review and approval, and then funding agency review and approval. And then we would then commence the getting contracts put together, getting their bonding, the performance bonds or payment bonds or insurance, getting that put together, so then that we can then come back with a full executed contract for them for city to execute. But it would be, and the reason I say contingent on the agency approving, because like you mentioned, is if it's a new firm, but they've done previous work, that they need to demonstrate that they're capable to provide the bonding, the insurance, and that information. But they're capable of doing the work, but they need to be able to also provide the other requirements for the.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other?
A&A, right?
A&A Pipeline Services, yes, sir. Any other questions? Okay, so I guess going back, is our recommendation would be to award to A&A Pipeline Services for the amount of 379,892.50.
And then contingent on. Okay, if there are no further questions, council, I ask for a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept the bid as stated by the engineer.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Item 12, discuss, consider, and act on approval of a legal services agreement to assist the city to participate in a national PFAS Phase 2 settlement program and preservation of all rights available under the court-approved PFAS settlements before the July 31st, 2026 deadline.
Mayor, council members, we have Mr. Dan Martinez, who is our bond counsel. He's going to be on Zoom. And this is he's going to present a request for council to consider joining a class action lawsuit regarding an environmental mass tort claim for contaminants are called PFAS. And it was something that was also identified that the city of Dilley also purchased some of these chemicals that were potentially exposed to at that time. But he's going to present this to you all and ask you to consider joining this class action litigation. Mr. Martinez, are you?
Yes. I mean, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Good evening, members of the council. Thank you again for allowing me to appear by Zoom. I actually have multiple council meetings today, so this was the best way to accommodate the schedule. So thank you again in advance for that. As Ms. Moran mentioned, I serve as your bond counsel. I have the privilege of doing that for a few years now. But I was approached recently by a former colleague at my law firm who's a litigator that is now involved in mass tort litigation on a national level. I thought he was going to join the call, but he's not available right now. But basically, as Ms. Moran mentioned, there are some chemicals that have been developed over time that are included in a lot of components of just various merchandise or materials that we come across as human beings. I don't know if Manuel's still there, but he's familiar with these PFAS chemicals. But a simple term that's used to describe them, they call them forever chemicals. And I don't know if you guys ever heard that, but I guess the biggest way to recognize those is they were like in Teflon pans and things of that nature. And so when you wash the pans, those materials or chemicals, if you will, come off and go into our water system. Well, and they're harmful to humans, and they've been known to cause various cancers, et cetera. Well, there's been some mass tort litigation on a national scale against the companies that produce these chemicals, including, for example, 3M and DuPont and others. It's such a large scale. There's been a lot of articles on the internet about this. There was another major settlement, I think, in Virginia recently. But there's been a lot of discussion about this because it's a large scale production that's, again, across the country and been harmful to humans. Well, this litigation ended up, over time has ended up into a settlement, and they reached a settlement, and these companies have put up literally billions of dollars up for entities to seek recovery to rectify any damage that may be in their systems. So my old colleague reached out to me because he recalled that I work with a lot of government entities that possibly had utilities and that could be impacted by this situation. And so my question to him immediately was, well, how do they know and how do they participate? What do they need to do? And so what these companies have done is they created this settlement fund, and they threw out a list of folks or entities that they believe that may be impacted by these chemicals. And basically, if you don't participate, you have to go after these companies on your own later on. It was kind of a defensive measure, if you will, because if you don't meet the deadlines, you're out and you're on your own later on. So the EPA comes later knocking and they say, hey, you have this in your system, you have to remedy it. You wouldn't have any funds available for that purpose. However, this fund is currently set up and you potentially could get some recovery depending on the impact that you may have on your system. Well, this contract or this connection or former colleague of mine, is involved with the National Settlement Group. And he mentioned there's a lot of entities across the country that have been impacted, including in Texas. And I said, well, how do you know who it is, whatever? But these companies, what they did is they kind of did a kind of big survey or a heat map, if you will, of around the country, and they know where these chemicals possibly are. And so my colleagues sent me the list of the entities that were identified in this settlement lawsuit that could potentially seek recovery. And lo and behold, there was a lot of them in South Texas, including the city of Dilley. And so what this does is this engagement will allow us to get you guys included in that settlement group. And really basically there is no cost to you as a city because it's only payable if you recover anything. And so what they'd have to do is come test your system. You may have had some prior testing, and I'd have to ask Manuel about that. But they test your system. They look and see how many connections you have, what kind of water system you have, like whether it's groundwater or surface water, things of that nature to kind of evaluate. And they kind of put you into a formula to see if there's any kind of recovery that you might that might be available to the city. And so there's been certain already phases in this settlement that have passed time over time. Phase 1 closed a while back. Phase 2 is about to close. There were some deadlines back in April. And then the final deadline for this phase 2 is actually July 31st. And so when this came to my attention, I reached out to Ms. Moran. I said, look, Ms. Moran, there's no guarantee that you have anything in your water system. However, it is an opportunity for you to participate if we can get engaged and work on your behalf to make that happen. And again, it's no cost to you, and it's any costs are payable from the national organization as part of the settlement. And it's kind of like what we call like a personal injury type contract where it's contingent upon any recovery, and there's no cost out of pocket to the city. And so in a nutshell, it's a way to get into the settlement group and see if there's anything that has happened to the city's water system. And if there is, there potentially could be some recovery. There is no earmark for whatever funds you might receive. And what that means is you could use the money for whatever purpose you want. However, you could save it for the rainy day, invest in the event you do have system issues, and you're going to have to rectify those issues whenever they're found. If you don't opt in, again, as I mentioned, you lose that opportunity, and you would probably have to go after and sue them on your own, these companies, if you will. So that in a nutshell is what this is about. And so I appreciate your time and having the opportunity to come visit with you and discuss the matter. And I'll take any questions if you have any at this time.
Thank you, Dan. Council, do you have any questions?
My question would be, how long of a process would this take for the testing?
That's a great question. We'd have to check with the engineering team and Public Works. There's a series of questions that they have. They're not very many, to be honest with you, Councilman. And that'd be the initial stage. We'd kind of input that information into the database. And my understanding, they'll start testing rather quickly. And if there's anything there or any issues in your system, potentially the recovery could be paid out by the end of the year, is my understanding, or first quarter of next year. But again, there is no cost. They'll send their own people. They work with Public Works, obviously, to kind of get some data or information. But again, the testing is done by them.
So would we be affected in any way since we weren't a part of phase 1?
That settlement has already passed, so we're really shooting for phase 2, participation in phase 2, and so that deadline is coming. That's kind of the sense of urgency, if you will. Also, what I discovered is if they say they don't find anything, which is not a bad thing, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with your system. It does preserve your rights for a couple of years in the event that something does pop up. If that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice evening. Let me know if you'd like to proceed, and I'll discuss with Ms. Ryan or with staff as needed.
Yes, thank you.
Have a nice evening. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Council, I ask for a motion.
I want to make a motion to act on approval of legal services agreement to assist the city to participate in the national PFAS Phase 2 settlement program.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Have a nice evening.
Item number 13, discuss, consider, and act on budget amendment presented by Finance Director, Mr. Rudy Alvarez.
Hey, Council, you received your amendments in your packet. These are amendments to this year's budget in general fund and utilities fund, which are the main operating funds that the city has. In the general fund, they're mostly minor adjustments, except I would like to point out that there is an increase in the revenue for proceeds from insurance claims due to repairs of damaged police vehicles. We have already been paid by the insurers. And of course, there is a corresponding increase to motor vehicle maintenance on the expense side. There is a significant decrease in salaries due to vacancies in the different departments, mainly in the library and in the administration. The other significant amendment is the amendments on overall increase are an overall increase in total expenses of $20,700 and an increase in income of the same amount. So that keeps the budget in balance. In the utilities fund, there are also mostly minor adjustments except for the gas. Even with the reduction in the gas budget of $45,000 in salaries and $30,000 for a gas line replacement project that was in the budget but will not happen this year, and $15,000 in purchases of gas purchases for resale in the gas department. Even with these reductions in expenses, we will probably still have a loss of about $50,000 for this year in the gas department. But this is really a false picture for next year, when the expenditures will have to come back into the budget for the next fiscal year, resulting probably in a loss of about $150,000 or more, not counting depreciation. But for this year, this will bring it more in line, and the loss should be around $50,000. But again, this was caused by reduction of $45,000 in salaries, $30,000 in gas line replacement project, and $15,000 in purchase of gas for resale, which means we're not selling the gas that we anticipated. This budget amendment will help in creating a new and more reliable budget for next year. As soon as we can, we will send out to the council the amended budget for your review. And of course, if anyone has any questions, just let me know. Okay.
On your contract labor, the administration, you're adding another 15,000 to what you already got.
Correct. Under administration?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we reduced it by $56,000. I can't explain all of it because I don't have the notes of the person who prepared the budget for last year, but there was like $80,000 more than what the distribution on people who are paid from that fund. My only guess is that he probably included the finance director, and of course I didn't come on until 3 months into the year. And also there was for this administrator, there was about 3 payrolls that were missed before Ms. Moran came on. So that's probably why. So it was decreased by what was budgeted by $56,000.
Councilman Garcia, I think you were referring to the contract labor 512-5422, correct, sir?
Yes.
Yes, what he was, Mr. Alvarez was talking about the salaries.
Yes.
Yeah, but to answer your question, those are under contract labor, we have Ms. Pyatt, our financial consultant, that is currently helping us with the catching up with the bank reconciliations. And also she's going to be working with us on figuring out this budget that was presented to you all this year and hoping to bring you back a more transparent budget. The other contract labor is Ms. Garcia. She's currently under contract.
So that's why it increased for 15,000
Yes.
additional.
Yeah, it was underestimated at the time, and given the amount of work that has needed to do because of previous budgets and having to bring you more a transparent budget, this is what we're currently working on. Sorry, I have a correction. It's Ms. Rodriguez, Irma Rodriguez, who's under contract. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, this is a lot, so as you review it, if you have any questions, just let me know and I will try to clarify that,
Like
whatever the question is.
the employee insurance, there wasn't an increase this year?
In health insurance?
Mhm.
Well, no, this was appropriated last year,
Oh,
but there
yeah.
will be for next year, we've already been told about a 20% increase. But no, this was sticking pretty much to what was budgeted, like I said, except in the gas fund where we reduced the salaries. And that also reduced the amount that we're gonna pay on health insurance.
So council, these are just amendments to our current fiscal year budget
Yes.
that need to be adjusted so that we can, like they mentioned, we need a truer picture. So when we start working on our new budget, we can see where our expenses, where expenditures were, and then so we can plan accordingly.
Questions?
If there are no further questions, I ask for a motion. No, we have to approve the budget amendment as presented by Finance Director. So that he can move the allocations as presented.
I'll go ahead and act on approving the budget amendment as presented by Finance Director Rudy Alvarez.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 14, discuss, consider, and act on resolution number 26-14-07, Texas Water Development Board HB 500. Ms. Moran?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is a resolution that is being brought to you all for approval. You heard from our engineer, Mr. Gonzalez, that the city authorized back in June a resolution for us to submit a grant application. This is a new application that provides communities an opportunity to apply for up to 10 million for water systems and water infrastructure. And it is a no match, but it's a competitive grant. And at the time that we brought this, it was still in the working stage. The Texas Water Development Board was still doing the rules, was still preparing their own application process. And they have since completed the application. And part of the application is a different type of resolution, which is the form that you have in your packet. So we're asking you, because this is the one that's going to go in the application itself that we're going to be submitting at the end of the month. And that is their format. So we're asking you to approve this resolution as well.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Moran in regards to the House Bill 500 resolution presented? If there are no questions, I ask for motion.
Motion on approving the resolution number 26-14-07.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 15, discuss, consider, and act on a special meeting on July 21st, 2026. We can discuss, or Ms. Moran, should we hold off to see if there's any other items to present for the special meeting? We can bring it at the end of the meeting, or
Yes,
at
you
the end of
can
open
send us
session?
any additional agenda items. As you can see, this is a very extended agenda for this city council meeting. And we had to prioritize what agenda items to bring to you. So therefore, there were some other ones that we still have pending. And if you'll notice, there's, we bring a lot of agenda items to you all to the tune of 25, sometimes 30. And you know that we've been staying late. So, you may consider maybe meeting twice a month instead of once a month. We're getting really busy. We have already established like there's 20 agenda items that will be brought at the next city special meeting. And then any other additional items that mayor or the council wants to bring. But those were the ones that were left that weren't included in here because we already had a very extensive agenda for this.
Okay. For a special meeting, in order to establish a quorum, we do have to have 4 council members present. So does this date work with everybody? Attorney, are you available to be present on the 21st for a special meeting?
Yes.
And just to, on the record, I just want to ensure that any agenda items that any council member has, if I can please have it before noon, because I do have to post tomorrow as to be on the hours.
So by noon tomorrow. Okay, if we're all okay with this, if I could please have a motion to establish a special meeting, to call for a special meeting?
Make a motion to have a special meeting on the 21st.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 16, discuss, consider, and act on designating the second Wednesday of the month for the Senior Citizen Program. Ms. Moran?
Mayor, council, as you recall, we brought this agenda item and to notify you that we were going to have a senior brunch meet and greet and just get input from seniors regarding whether or not they were interested in having a senior social club or program. And so we hosted this event, and the attendance was small but very informative. We did have some other participating agencies that were available. We had Miss Grace from the Community Council that was representative here. She was helping out with utility assistance and talked about other support programs. And then we had Miss Gloria from the Frio County Coordinator's Office, who also was here to service our seniors here in Dilley. She helped talk about Social Security matters and other state programs and federal benefits that are available to our citizens. We also talked about the food bank And some of the comments that we received was that the seniors were very interested in having a senior program. And they wanted to have a space where they could socialize. They expressed that sometimes, you know, they live alone and they would like to spend time and have daily activities and social interaction, play bingo. Some of these programs that we brought to them, we would be bringing similar programs to assist them with, health and wellness programs. They are proposing to meet once a month for now, every second Wednesday of the month. And we're going to explore opportunities from local businesses to help us with the cost of providing a meal for them. But additionally, I have given you a budget for August and September that we can do an interim funding out of our library department. There are some monies there that can cover the cost, like to provide them with breakfast. And then we could do they've expressed an interest in doing potluck, or maybe just having a business or someone host their meal for lunch. But you do have a budget here that we're estimating for the use of the line item in the library summer program. And there's some funds there. And this is what we look at is this is part of the summer program that the library provides, that also not only helps the small children, but also the youth, and provides summer programs for our seniors. So this would be an ideal budget to use.
Where would these be held at? Here?
Yes, here in the community center.
Okay.
Yes. So what we're asking for council to consider is approve that monthly senior program meeting every second Wednesday of the month. Authorize us to coordinate with the food bank to allow staff to pick up and distribute some of the food boxes that are available to the seniors. We would bring that here. Help support and develop the senior community space by offering us to provide activities and learning opportunities for them. And then reach out to local businesses to host and provide refreshments, and permit recruitment of volunteers to assist us with this program should it, we look forward to it growing. And then we'll come back at the next budget and provide a line item in the library department for a senior program, specifically for the senior program. And just to let you know, we have already, last Wednesday, we were getting calls and people showing up that had attended the meeting, already anxious to get it going. They thought that we were already meeting, and I notified them that we needed to get council approval first. But we do have a list of seniors that have indicated that they would like to come and attend the senior program.
Well, we do have a line item on the council, the community projects.
The community events.
Yeah,
Yes.
we could use some little small.
Community outreach.
The community outreach. But this one, sir, because it provides for activities for the different populations is ideal and has money in here. This is the one that we chose that we could use, and then continue to use the one that you're referencing for things. For example, you have an agenda item here regarding the National Night Out. That those are the types of funds that we do. Can use that particular fund, or any other events that the city council approves to have. Like, for example, the one that we were going to do was the tailgate party. Any other promotional community events that the council wants to attend and wants to buy promotional activities, that's the ideal line item to use.
Another thing that we were talking about, which you're talking about community outreach and community events. I don't know if y'all remember, but I know I've mentioned it to the mayor a while back in regards to bringing back the adult learning program, where it was done by volunteers, in which there was a calendar put out and it would be advertised. And we'd have one where a lady would volunteer to show how to crochet. One would volunteer to show how to work a computer, just basic needs. I think that that was something that we as a community should have. It would benefit our citizens, and also in the in between, the ones that are not that are not senior citizens and the ones that are not too young, but they're just in the in between. I think because there's certain things that I know I could benefit off of. Okay, show me how to do this off on this, because that wasn't taught to me when I was in school, and I believe that that's not. And to bring in those programs again, where I used to have a little Zumba. I believe that used to be in the school way back when, in the old elementary, where they used to have those programs where you'd watch the Zumba, you do like a mom, like they were, and I believe that that was funded through the Friends of the Library, that program. That's a long time ago. But I would like to try to bring that back. I think that would be.
Yeah, so those are examples of the different programs that we would grow the program into these types of activities as we go along with the program. Obviously, the library currently does that, offers different programs, and we would include adult literacy, computer learning. But as we start to grow the program and we see more interest, but yes, those are definitely examples of the activities that we would look at offering.
I think it's great. I mean, she did say, there was a small amount of people that were here that first time, but the need is there. They're wanting a program for them where they can come socialize, get out of the home. And also, as a city, we could use this opportunity to educate them in conjunction with the county, with other programs that's available to them. One of the things that was discussed at the first one was the transportation that's now available. So, there's a lot of programs out there, just getting them informed of what is there to provide help for them. There are no other questions or discussion. I ask for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to consider an act designating the second Wednesday of the month for the senior citizen program.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 17, discuss, consider an act on allowing the city of Pearsall to use the city swimming pool. Ms. Moran?
Yes, Mayor. Last month, we were approached by the city of Pearsall. They wanted to host their summer youth programs and have use of our city pool. However, this afternoon, I did hear from their city manager, and at this time, they're not going to be able to participate in the event. And so they're going to look and see perhaps next season. So there's no action on this agenda.
Okay. Thank you for the update. Item number 18. Discuss, consider an act on mutual aid between City of Dilley, the Frio County Sheriff Department, and DPS for emergency response.
Yes, Mayor, this is an agenda item that we have been discussing, and we met with Sheriff Peter Salinas, DPS, and our PD. The agreement has been reviewed by our city attorney, and I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Salinas, who initiated the agreement and has some information regarding DPS, and then also to our police department. Sheriff Salinas.
Thank you all for having me here today. I basically, this stems from Texas House Bill 33, the Uvalde Strong Act, and it has several components, and one of them is that we agree to mutually assist one another. And what I explained to Ms. Moran and speaking with your chief, nothing's necessarily changing. We've been doing this. We've been coordinating with each other for years, both with the city of Dilley, city of Pearsall, and our surrounding agencies. So it's not necessarily nothing new, but it is something that needed to be formalized and filed with the state. We've had several meetings with DPS higher ups, and they've kind of coordinated some of this stuff. So these documents were sent to each department head via DocuSign. And so after today, assuming you guys approve, which I'm hoping you will, because the state's requiring it, but we can get the chief to affix his signature to the DocuSign document. And I believe I will then have had every single law enforcement entity sign in Frio at this point. That's including our constables, or he was here, our constables, our Pearsall ISD Police Department. Everybody's on board. I believe you guys are the last ones. So I'm grateful for your consideration and approval of this item.
No, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Chief Hernandez?
Mayor, Council, Chief Hernandez. So pretty much approval of this agreement ensures that the city of Dilley remains compliant with state law while enhancing the police department's ability to work seamlessly with neighboring agencies to protect the community during critical incidents. That's all I have to reiterate what Mr. Sheriff Peter Salinas said and Ms. Mona.
Thank you, Chief. Council, I ask for a motion.
Make a motion that we enter into a mutual agreement for complex emergency response and investigating planning.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
No, second.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 19, discuss, consider, and act on providing covered area for designated bus stops for the in-town locations. Ms. Prado, were you able to locate the information I requested?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. I did not find that,
Okay.
but I can bring it up, but I did not have the time to look for those minutes. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine. So, Ms. Torres, you requested this item, and I asked Ms. Prado to look up. This item has already been approved prior. COVID happened, the bus stop stopped at one point. We were pending the specs. Yes, they did lift, the engineers left.
Actually,
But after discussing, there is possible reapproval that needs to be done due to funding and actual sketching and whatnot. But please feel free to share with us the ideas that you have. And Councilman Garcia was originally the one who proposed this back when.
If I'm mistaken, Mayor, back in
it is on the mic, please.
Microphone.
back in 2020 or 2021, this item had been brought up by myself, and we had already approved everything. Matter of fact, that we had already put in the budget. But the thing was that I think that the engineer was supposed to have taken it by the horns and completed it, which never got complete. And hopefully, this time around, we can complete it and give the community and the students a place where they can shelter when it's raining or sunny while they're waiting for the bus.
Yes, so it would service the students of Dilley ISD mainly. There is a route that goes in the mornings and it stops in 4 locations. And at this time, they don't have a place to sit or anything that covers them from the weather elements. So it would be something that would be really beneficial to our little ones that walk to school. But now the bus that's in place would help, with coming together and being able to provide this for them.
And just for the record, do y'all have the actual locations where they stop? I know it's
So
Gardenwood,
it's all pretty much Nearshire.
Nearshire.
That down that street. There's 4 locations down. And they start at the very beginning where the feeding grain is, that road, take Nearshire, and they end out at Colunga Street.
Yeah, in the map that we had approved, It was 2019 through the email that I have. It's Hugo. And then White Street. Kinsel and Colunga. All down Mearshire Street. Those were the four bus stops that we were supposed to build.
So that's all on this side, so there must be another one over there, right? Cause Hugo White,
So.
oh, Hugo White, so, yes.
Yeah. Harris, Hugo, White Street and Kensel. So I took a bus ride with our transportation director. And I would encourage Rudy to do so as well. That way they can freshen up them, because it's been
location,
quite a bit of
yes.
time. That way she can specifically show the location. I submitted all those pictures and the map to Natasha. But, you know, to reach out to Ernestina, our transportation director, and she could, you know,
No, of course.
coordinate with Rudy.
And Rudy did provide, in y'all's packet, you will see, more or less how much that we're looking a price range. But if it was in the budget and it was the engineers, then we can get in contact with the engineers to see where it stands if, on them to do that.
Mr. Gomez and Garcia, there's no longer a craft shop at the prison at this time, right? At the moment? Okay.
Either, you know, as far as for up the do have the budget.
Mhm.
Yes, there goes. It's probably not something that gets done before the next budget comes in. But you can start the groundwork now, you know, at least exploring it. I do know from other cities that you're talking like just a covered bus stop bench and cover, right? So there are purchasing co-ops like Buy Board, that kind of thing, that without having to go through the whole RFP and procurement, they've already done that for you. So you can get on and look there, and you may find something that you can use, and they're already ADA compliant and everything. You'd still want the engineer, just from a traffic standpoint alone, to review it and sign off on where they're being located. But as far as the bench and covered structure itself, I know they sell those as a unit on purchasing co-ops, so that may be something to look at. But the action tonight would be, if y'all want to move forward as a body, would be to have us bring back, you know, quotes and that kind of thing. And it'll probably, just because of the timeline involved, it'd probably be something rolled into your budget for next part of your budget talks, basically. So you could allocate money for it and then approve it
Or if we're
after
lucky, we
October
might
1,
find some
basically.
funds.
What's that?
Said if we're lucky, we might find some funds to do.
Yeah.
But, you know, just direction on, just to get it started. Yes. Any further questions or discussion?
I'm sorry?
Any further questions or discussion?
No, man.
I ask for a motion, please.
It just worded like this. Wait,
Oh, yeah, on the motion here, nothing's getting approved or anything. It would just be to direct staff to bring back some quotes and some more information about the project the next meeting.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to consider an act to bring back the quotes from what was already put in place.
Motion made by Council Member Place 3, Marisa Torres. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council Member Place 4, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 20, discuss, consider an act on issuing requests for qualifications, RFQ for legal services. Councilman Garcia?
Just for us to open the doors for legal, anybody interested, you know, make sure that it's put on the TML and daily Facebook.
Council, do y'all have any questions or discussion as in regards to Mr. Garcia's? There's no, go ahead.
Does this also have to do anything with the executive session line item or no? Or is that something else?
I don't think so. That is something else.
The question here, we covered this last month too. The question here is just if y'all want to do an RFQ to see if there are other law firms that would apply.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking if that had anything to do also with.
These are all separate items. Yeah, this is just action on an RFQ or not. Yeah.
Ask for a motion.
Now I'd like to make a motion and issue out a request for qualified RFQ for legal city attorney services for the city of Dili.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 21, discuss, consider, and act on issuing requests for qualifications RFQ for engineering services for the city of Dili. Mr. Garcia?
Again, Mayor, just putting it out there, open the door for any engineers, any engineer firms, companies that are out there that are interested in working for the city of Dili, accepting applications.
Council, do we have any questions or discussion on this item? There's no discussion or questions. I ask for a motion.
Make a motion to consider an issuing and requesting qualification, accepting application for engineering work for the city of Dili.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 22, discuss, consider, and act on appointing an event coordinator for upcoming National Night Out and future city events. Mayor Pro Tem Castillo?
Mayor, Council, I brought this item in regards with the events that we had in 4th of July and also the upcoming one. Further discussing with Chief earlier the week, he told me that his budget wasn't that very well. He had to go over the paperwork and everything to double check if everything was correct or not.
Sorry, Mr. Castillo, Mayor, Council, just to add on to that. So our budget this year for National Night Out, every year we get a budget of about $8,000 for National Night Out. Fortunately, it falls in September. So while we're doing the plannings, we're starting our new budget. So this year's budget, it shows a significant deficit because all of last year's things got charged to this year's budget. So I'm going to get together with finance to see how we can address that issue so that we can proceed forward to planning with this event. That's where we're at on that.
And usually the event coordinator that we've had the past few years is JJ Rivera. And with this upcoming one, I wanted to go a different route and choosing appointing Albert Ramirez. He's a local. He's been doing events for more than 20-something years. He has his own LLC company. He is bonded as well. So, I know he's got some other ideas of probably future city events that he's mentioned that he's spoken with other council members as well. And I'd like to go with that route for this upcoming National Night Out.
So are you requesting that we go out for bids for an event coordinator?
No, I want to appoint an event coordinator.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have to go through,
Well, only if it's a certain amount, I believe. 50,000.
Well, it depends on y'all's, on a couple things. One, your procurement policy, I don't think
Mhm.
requires anything different than state law. So yeah, you wouldn't need to do like bids and everything. The question here would be, has he given like a quote or do we know? just appointing and naming him something that is fine, but if he's gonna want money in exchange for the services, then you need to.
No,
figure
he hasn't
out the
presented anything. I don't know if he's here right now.
Yeah,
Is he here?
Based upon things.
Mr. Ramirez. Please come forward to the podium.
Mr. Albert?
Mr. Albert Ramirez, I wanted, was, present, everybody knows me here except people that I don't know, but I've been in promoter for 28 years, here in Delhi, I started in 97 doing the Macizo scholarship, and the 4th of July and all that, but this is something else, pero right now I'm quiero my services, if I can help the city police, whatever in the events, I have my everything that you go through, I have an LLC and the bank, I have all my credentials about being a promoter all over the United States, not only here in Delhi. I've been doing a lot of concerts, festivals all over. So, and I'm from Delhi, and I came to Delhi, see if I can help you guys, and anything in the festivals or whatever, with my services. And budget, I can go whatever budget you have, to try to help, and everybody, the way I work, so I've been here all my life, If you don't have a budget, because I do budget $300,000-$400,000 budgets, so I know Delhi don't have that, if they have 20,000-30,000, I know the business is what I know, music. So I can go and try to help and blow a group to come and play for Delhi and all that. I see what Cotula does, Pearsall and all that, and here in Delhi, I was born in Cotula, but Delhi is my town, all my family, we vote and all that, we go and vote, pero, I can help, if you let me, do something for the city and the police department, of course.
I just bring it to the council,
But don't we have to, first we have to know how much money we have in the budget, right? And according to that budget, we know how much we pay the coordinator, right?
So we usually, yes, we set how we've done in the past, we've set the budget and they have to come back and present to us their plans.
Their plan.
In regards to staying within the budget and so forth. So I think that is the question that we ask, whether can we just straight out appoint somebody or we have to go through that because how do they know what funds we have available for any event?
I mean, there's lots of ways you could do it. One, I mean, you can sign a contract with a vendor like this to say any future events, right? You're gonna be in charge of it. And then you would do like a purchase order system where they would say, all right, you tell them how much you want to spend, and then they would submit their plan, right? So there's nothing wrong with we don't have any of that in front of us right now, but that would be one way to do it. And then you would agree on either a flat fee or a percentage or however you want to do the compensation. But it would be, even once you have that in place, you still have the separate issue of budgeting for those events, right? So I don't know if that's something y'all do in advance or if it's all a lump. I don't know how your budget works as far as if there's a line item that just says events.
Budget season's coming around the corner as well, so we could also, start putting stuff to the side and bringing, I believe, Mayor, we spoke about this last year that we wanted to do during the budget season was, started talking about events, ahead of the time instead of having to wait the last 3-4 months, and everything was being rushed, and at least, this time around, if Mr. Ramirez was suggesting of creating a new event this upcoming year, and at least we could give an opportunity of giving him a chance of looking for sponsorships and other things that he could provide, and bringing more monetary ones for that specific event or events.
Is National Night Out already scheduled? Like,
It's the second, the first Monday, Tuesday?
it's in October, correct?
Yes, in October, yes. which is just 3 months away, you know.
We do have to. I mean, that event is for the first responders
Yeah,
police
the first
department.
responders, yeah.
They've have planned that event. We've never set or approved a coordinator for them. Chief is,
Well, they've had event coordinators help out before, you know, I don't recall them getting paid, you know. But yeah, we've had event coordinators before. You know, it's not only just the police department that handles it, you know, we've had other people do it before.
Could there be a committee put in place alongside with the chief to participate, not just like the event coordinator? Say I would
Yeah,
like to be part of that committee.
So y'all,
yes, so we had, for example, to answer your question, we had the 100-year celebration. So we actually had a committee, and that committee planned the 100th year celebration. It wasn't, I don't remember we had a coordinator for that, but they all planned it together, got the bids for the bands and all of that. Chief, do you wanna chime in on the National Night event? I know
Sure,
it's
event.
upcoming, it's right around the corner.
Yes.
As far as your event coordinator.
Yes, Mayor, Council, usually when we reach out to individuals like Mr. Ramirez is for the entertainment part. They have the connections with the music artists and stuff like that. So that's where we utilize them. As far as fees, we usually get charged a small amount of fees. But I'd be curious to entertain anything, you know, as far as different type of music that Mr. Ramirez can present. So I'm open to pretty much anything.
No, but Miss Torres was talking about creating a committee of assisting in this event.
Again, with all due respect, I would leave that to y'all if that's the direction that y'all wanted to go with. Usually in the past, I know council has said, hey, chief, you have the authority since you have a budget line item for that. But that's up to mayor and council.
Yeah, back in the past is usually just the secretary that does everything.
Right. We do have Ms. Annalisa that assists greatly with that. She's
Oh, so she would be the one to contract like the promoter for the music part.
That is correct. Usually we have her reach out to, you know, like Mr. Rivera, Mr. Ramirez has connection with the music industry. And of course, they help us out in getting the best deal with the music and stuff like that we can get. But if whatever direction council wants to go with, Mr. Ramirez would be working hand in hand with Ms. Annalisa as far as putting this event, or JJ or whoever the council would go with. We're just trying to get the best music for the amount of budget that we have on. So.
And of course, Ms. Annalisa also goes out to businesses for donations and all of that.
Cause I
Yeah,
know.
no, they work a lot on it.
Right.
They do coordinate with a lot of people and businesses as well.
The
She's
last time I
gonna be
did
gone.
a concert here, remember? And there were 10,000 people in 2 days, you know, so I know what groups, you know, to come and help, or how much they are, and to the people to come. It's a free event, of course, you know, but not because it's free, people are gonna come, especially from Delhi, you know. And it's about Delhi, you know, it's about, we're not talking about Pearsall, Tula. But we had over, no more people fitted there, you know, 5,000 a night, you know, so you were there, that's what I can do, you know.
That was our very first 4th of July event.
I was the one that started in '97, was in July, Matiso Festival and all that, scholarship. And then it started raining, but you know what, I stopped doing it, the weather is too hot. And I wanted to change it, before it was on the 16th or September, you know, 15 and all that, that's when it's better, that especially the senior citizens, they'll go to those events, you know, and 4th of July is, you know, it's getting real hot. I don't know why, but maybe because we were younger.
Yeah.
You know, that's all I have to say, you know, and I mean, if you decided that I can help you, I'm more than, you know, willing to do it, you know. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Castillo, do you have anything else to add?
No, just if the council's not comfortable with that decision, you know, we could go the route of making sure everything can get done legally. You know, instead of appointing him right now, you know, I guess bring it back on the special meeting and we can, you know, get that information first, you know, so the council could be comfortable with the decision. if we do need to go for bids or we could just appoint. you know?
Yeah, I think it's best because we don't want somebody to say, well, I didn't get an opportunity.
Mhm.
And I think Mr. Ramirez would be great, and he is been in the music industry many years, but we don't want people to say, well, what about me? I know how to do it too.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I guess we need clarification on how to do it. Or if the PD is gonna handle it, well, then let them handle it, but we need clarification.
Yeah.
I think. So
Okay.
what do you think? I don't know.
Like, I don't have a problem like appointing. The thing is, there is not a set budget, correct? And
Yeah, there's no
it's-
set budget right now, no.
So
Yeah.
say it's 4,000 and he's charging 2, then you know what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
So I think it's best we get all the information we need before either appointing or going out for bids, but I get what you're saying about the fairness and allowing, others to submit their bid.
I just want to, I don't want to be legally bound for something we didn't do right.
No, that's why,
I don't mind
that's why I
appointing
mentioned
either.
what I mentioned right now.
I don't mind
So-
appointing either, but it's okay. Are we doing it right? That's my
Mhm.
concern.
So is y'all's direction to do like a RFQ type thing and see if there's anyone else that wants the,
Well, I would be going out for bids.
Yeah,
but the
is that what you're
question is,
asking?
Do we have to go out for bids?
No, I'm saying, is that what y'all want to do?
Or for this one, since it's fastly approaching, do where we get all the information needed and the.
That
legal
would, that would be
side
the
of it.
alternative. If you want just the one vendor to come back with, here's what I would charge for that, we could bring that back.
Present him with like, hey, here's. the
Just for this
information
one-off event, yeah.
For this one event,
That could be done in time for y'all's meeting next
only
week.
because it's really
Mm.
fastly approaching. But we can decide that whether we want to appoint him or go out for bids in
Okay.
the next meeting.
Yeah, 'cause I mean,
Is that enough time to gather that information that's needed,
Sure we can.
Ms. Moran, like the budget?
I mean, if I understand, they're to get this gentleman to submit a.
We need, so I guess,
for
to
the
information of the
specific
budget.
event, the National Night Out. Where he, yeah, okay, where he would charge, is that what y'all are asking? For him to submit something that,
No,
what he would charge to be in, the national event coordinator?
no, getting the information that we need, like, there's
And-
not a set budget.
Right, we don't have a budget, other, so.
We need that
I
information.
guess the clarification to ensure that if we're allowed to appoint, that we do have that information so that they can make a sound decision that, yes, we're gonna appoint somebody.
He
for
might
this
not be
event.
interested if we have a.
For him to come back.
You know what I'm saying?
Budget for this specific.
In other words, for the chief to talk to finance to get his budget line straightened out and presented to council, so that way council can give it to Mr. Ramirez, so Mr. Ramirez can know what to work with, what he's gonna work with. Am I right? Or,
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're all saying the same thing here. We're asking Mr. Ramirez to submit a cost estimate to be the promoter for the National Night Out and bring it back at the special meeting. And we will present the budget that's available to, I believe Chief will look into that to see how much money he's got available in his budget. Because usually, just historically, National Night Out is an event that is for first responders, and cities work together to put that event on. We don't usually see an event promoter. What I've seen here with Dilly is during the next budget year, you'll propose how much money for a 4th of July event, or if you want to put monies and then have promoters present a budget like what we've done in the past, that's also an option for you all.
There are no further questions or discussion. I ask for a motion. Or if you want to just motion,
Just be a motion to table this and we'll come back at the
A
special.
motion to table this, bring it back to this point.
motion to table this item by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 23, discuss, consider an act on ordinance number 26-06-09A for reconsideration pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 52.003. An ordinance regulating displaced memorial monuments, signs, banners, artwork, exhibits, and other installation on city-owned parks and facilities. Council, in your packet, you were provided with a memorandum that is addressed to City Secretary and Ms. Yolanda Moran to advise of reconsideration for the ordinance number 26-06-09A. My request is not intended to prevent any responsible development or necessary permitting requirements. Rather, it's intended to ensure that any ordinance adopted by the city is implemented in a manner that's fair, transparent, practical, and reflective of the values of our community. So to touch a little base on that, while the ordinance was adopted with the intent to improving oversight and compliance, several significant questions remained unanswered regarding its implementation. During council deliberation, I see that there was still insufficient discussion regarding the effective date of the ordinance, which I know once the council approves, then it becomes effective. However, the specific permit subjects to the new fee schedules were also unanswered. We did have an application that the person who would be utilizing the park or so forth for them to fill out, but there were no applicable fees put on there. So I think just for transparency, I put in the memorandum, what was the fee schedule? How was that going to be addressed? And who will be required to obtain permits, applicable exemptions, or grandfathery provisions? And that some of the things I brought up were the nonprofits, the Autism Walk, different organizations that already utilize the park to display, just to be sure that we're educating them and letting them know that this new permit exists, or if it's going to be waived. And these are essential details that directly affect residents, businesses, and future development with our community. But most importantly, beyond the administrative concerns, I believe it's important that we recognize the unique character of the city of Dilley. We are a small community where neighbors know one another, and our community identity is deeply rooted in our schools, our athletic programs, extracurricular activities, and local traditions. The pride of our residents have in maintaining the support of our students and investing in our community should be acknowledged as we consider policies that will affect them. Again, this is no means to put any hold on anything moving forward, but I would like y'all to reconsider to provide the council the opportunity to review whether this ordinance should include and how it would be allowing residents and city staff to the sufficient time to become familiar with the new requirements. I think that goes back to what I have mentioned before. You know, we do have ordinances that have been adopted in years past. Whether they have not been implemented, that is the responsibility of us, council, as well as our city staff. And we have to educate our community so that they know what ordinances are placed and the effects of that and what is required of them. I'm not saying let's not adopt any new ordinances or anything like that. We have to have a sense of understanding, right, from us as well in implementing the ordinances and the community. But I don't want it to have any means to where it's going to be violations of First Amendment rights or anything like that. And more so, I want to go back to year round, especially during football season. We have our student organizations that put up posters and signs and on the fence and things like that. My thing is just reconsider it. If y'all approve it and continue forward, we'll do that. That's part of the process when I do request to be reconsidered. I just want to make sure that we all know where this will go after this and what fees and to who they would be applicable to and so forth.
Mayor and council, if I may, I'd like to respond to the questions that the mayor has raised in her memo. First of all, as mayor stated, these are administrative duties. The council is the policymaker, and the city administrator administers these policies, including ordinances. So I'd like to take this opportunity to address each of those concerns. First question is permit fees were never intended to be established by this ordinance. During the June 9th council meeting, we discussed that permit fees would be addressed during the FY 26-27 budget process. If you recall, when that question was asked, I mentioned that we would bring back a fee schedule as part of the budget process that would include what fees would be charged to this particular ordinance. At that time, we will present a very comprehensive fee schedule for the council to consider. And if you want, you can consider increasing, decreasing, or eliminating any fees in this comprehensive fee schedule that we're going to bring back to you during budget. The bottom line is that this ordinance that was approved by council at the June 9th meeting, the ordinance creates the permitting process, not a fee schedule. Second, administrative procedures do not belong in every ordinance. Several objections relate to how permits are processed or enforced. Those are administrative functions. City ordinances establish policy. Staff develops the forms, the process, the applications, inspections, and administrative process to implement the ordinances that you as council have adopted and approved. This is how the current city council administers many other permit programs that are in place currently. This ordinance that was approved by council, the June 9th meeting, is no different than any other that you have currently administered. For example, building permits, electrical permits, plumbing permits, and such, et cetera, of other permits. None of these ordinances contain any administrative step. That you will not see that in an ordinance. That is the policy that you all have approved through policies and procedures. Question 4, 1, 2, and 5 are already addressed, in my opinion. Question 1 was addressed during your council meeting on June 9th. Question 2 concerns fee implementation, which is part of the annual budget process, as explained to you all at that time. And question 5 relates to administrative enforcement, which already exists under our current city operations. These are implementation issues, and it's not a reason the ordinance cannot be enforced at the time as it was adopted. 5, the ordinance establishes council policy. The ordinance is to protect city property. It ensures displays are placed on public property are reviewed consistently, and we treat all applicants fairly. We provide accountability for installations. Again, this is on city-owned facilities. Preserve the appearance, safety, and integrity of our public property. These are legitimate governmental objectives. 6, administrative details can always be improved. If the council wishes to clarify procedures, modify exemptions, change fees, or improve the administrative process, those can be brought back to council at any time. You do not have to amend or repeal the existing ordinance that you adopted on June 9th. These are administrative procedures that the mayor addressed that can be brought back at any time without repealing the ordinance. In closing, I respectfully recommend that the council reaffirm its previous action. This ordinance that was adopted establishes sound policy regarding how we handle signs and what can be placed on, again, public facilities. The remaining concerns relate to administration, implementation, and future fee schedules, as I mentioned in the previous council meeting. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Moran. I do have a question for you on.
Yes, ma'am.
So you did say, you did mention about it already being addressed as far as the fees. And so what I'm
Yes, ma'am.
referring to is the permit fees.
Yes.
And so you answered it correctly with saying that the fees would not be until the new fiscal year. So that's
Yes.
my concern. So if the council had already adopted this,
Mhm.
what are we, and I say we because yes, you're right. Council adopts, you implement and so forth, as well as me, it's my duty to also implement ordinances. But my question is, so if we're gonna wait to set those permit fees or specifically for this until next fiscal year, what is your plan between now and then? If somebody were to come, for example, the incident that happened and those signs were removed, what are we doing? How are we educating them to know that moving forward, this ordinance is in place? We talked about birthdays, families getting together, displaying things. I totally understand about the them leaving behind displays and us having to clean up and things like that. That is not ignored. My thing is being transparent, and if we're gonna wait for those fees, what are we doing in the meantime? And
As I addressed at the council meeting on June 9th, again, will be brought back for implementation as an administrative item during a proposed fee schedule. Additionally, it was also mentioned that these fees are currently covered through the gazebo rental fee. Again, that is a public facility.
Rental fee.
So if anyone is so to answer your question, Mayor, these fees are already covered using the gazebo rental fee. So if they're going to put up any signs, balloons, things like that, it's covered through the gazebo rental fee. We will come back with a fee schedule during the budget year to propose new fees or reduction in fees, but currently this is already covered administratively through our facility rental fee forms that we have in place.
And that's the reason why I asked, because I asked at the meeting on June 9th, because you did state that this was covered through the rental fees.
Yes.
And I asked rental fees and permit fees. So if anybody who wants to display, they're gonna be charged the rental fee and not a separate permit fee? I mean, am I explaining myself
there's-
as far as the different?
Yeah, if someone applies for a permit under this ordinance, just to put up a sign that says, welcome to Dilley or whatever,
Mhm.
if the
Using
permit
city
schedules,
facility.
if the permit schedule is silent, then there just would be
Then
no-
there wouldn't be a fee.
until
It's just for them
gets
to
adopted.
come and
It's mainly to-
advise us that they're going to be putting
and
something.
get permission. to
Correct,
do it
and get the
and have
permit.
us, have us know, is it gonna be out there a week? Is it gonna be out there, there are good reasons why you'd want to permit
Right.
it without a fee. So
And it's in the ordinance, it explains that this also helps to advise us if someone's going to be out there using our facilities, the ordinance through these permit fees or even through the gazebo rental fees allows us to know, hey, someone's going to be out there. So if I get a council calling, what's happening out there, we already have a process in place. And we can certainly let you know, then assuming that they come through and pull those, fill out an application.
And that's my main concern, council, because we've already addressed different ordinances that come to our attention and things like that. Again, I'm not opposed to creating new ordinances and, requiring permit notification to the city that certain entity or families are utilizing, but it's going back to educating them and letting them know, like, it's good for us to know, but how are we letting the community know that these new things are in place? And so I just wanted to add, as well as the mayor under local government code 52-003, the reason I brought this back, because I do have the authority as mayor, I have to sign that. Yes, y'all did approve and so forth. It goes in effect, but I do have a statute of 4 days to bring that back to y'all for reconsideration. And again, it's no ill intention for the reconsideration. It's again, going back to, we have all these ordinances that we have neglected to bring back to amend and whatnot. And I know Ms. Moran has shared that with us. We're going to be working on that. However, it's going back to educating the community. It's good for us to know, but how fair and good is it for them not to know? But that's my reason for reconsideration. Again, we both shared both of our response.
As far as the education process, Mayor,
Mhm.
these ordinances will be placed on our city's website along with the application forms that are available, because I know that currently that's not the case, but that is my goal as your city administrator, to make sure that any ordinances that are approved by this council, including any administrative forms or applications that are done, that those are also placed on our city's website. where someone can go in there and fill out the application for the use of reservations for the pool or the gazebo or any publicly facility that we own. Those are forthcoming. That will be done to help educate the public.
Could there be signs displayed at these areas?
We can also do signage that will say, quote, the ordinance section. I know in some cities, they will
City
say,
do
you know,
have
this facility is, I don't know the correct language, but I've seen where they state the ordinance number so-and-so. And we can put something like that,
And
that's,
please
it
see-
requires
see the
a reservation and there's a fee. We can certainly put that on the public facilities that it pertains to this particular ordinance number.
Perfect. No, and I appreciate that.
That's a good
as
idea.
Doris as well for you bringing about the sign, because, you know, it's great that we post things on the website, but our website is not very user friendly
Yeah.
either. So I know that's also something
We're
else
working on
we
that,
need to
Mayor.
work on
I
that.
agree. I am looking at bringing back some bids for you all to consider again at the budget year. Again, I've only been here 4 months and we're working on identifying some of our, you know, where we need to improve on our website and things like that.
I think this is where it's important to have a media specialist pushing out
Mhm.
content daily.
Yep.
It's a
So that the
full-time job.
presentation-
It is a full-time job.
And when you're doing bits and pieces, it's really hard to
Yeah.
keep the public informed.
I agree.
And definitely we can entertain that. It wasn't a discussion for this past fiscal year, but unfortunately due to
Mhm.
budget, but we definitely
I
want to
know.
see if that's something we can
that's
do.
really
Needed,
important.
yes. Okay, Ms. Moran, do you have anything else?
No, I just, again, my recommendation is that you just reaffirm that the previous ordinance that you adopted without repealing it or amending it in any way. It does cover what the intent of the ordinance.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Council, again, so the reason for that was as stated, I asked that y'all consider everything that was discussed between or shared from myself and Ms. Moran, and I ask for a motion.
So you were content with the information?
As long as we are
Yeah,
very consistent, my main thing was about if our legal did say if there's no permit fee associated with this and nobody's going to be charged with that, that was one thing. Because we left it open to, okay, I didn't want it to be implemented without knowing what those fees were gonna be. It was brought up about the rental fee, that's what was gonna be utilized. There was still a lot of unanswered, again, I'm not gonna say I'm fully okay with it. Again, I will go back to how our community, but again, it goes back to educating them. And if we're gonna be consistent and maybe put some signage and educate them, I just don't want somebody's signs to be torn down when in the past we've always had pride and allowed them to with pride, you know, allowing them to display on our fences and the water towers, on our parks and different things like that.
All right, let's do it like this. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, an act on ordinance number 26-06-09A for reconsideration on the Texas Government Code 52.003. When we bring it back for it to be amended to all the fees and everything that needs to be required for us to pass the ordinance.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Councilmember Place 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 24, discussion regarding new law on special right of access for council. Our city attorney, Austin Beck.
I'll try and be as quick as I can. And this is something too, if any of y'all have questions, individually, we can always talk about it more, but as of September 1 of last year, there was a change to the law. This went on for prior to September 1, it was what we call a common law scheme, right? It was built on AG opinions and court opinions and whatnot. that basically said a council member or the member of a governing body has a special right of access to the records of that governing body that's different than like your average member of the public, right? A similar way to think of it is like, if I'm an employee, I have a special right of access to my own employment file that's different than any other employee or anyone else, right? So it just applies broadly to city council members or, you know, members of any board or commission or whatever. So as of September 1, they took all of the kind of common law rules that have been cobbled together over decades, and they boiled them down and put them in a statute. So we got rid of what we call the common law, which is, you know, a whole bunch of different sources. And now we just have the statute. It's in the chapter 552 of the Government Code, which is the Open Records Act, the Public Information Act. And it largely mirrors what we were already doing previously. But it does, you know, include some specific language that we've got to follow. But it pretty much gives you all the right to ask for whatever information you want, so long as it's related to your official capacity. Usually what that means is, like, if one of y'all comes and says, I want to see all the complaints on my neighbor, can't stand my neighbor, and dig up dirt on him, right? That's not part of your official job as council members. So we would probably say, no, you can't have that, right? But as long as it's something related to you wanting to say, hey, I want to do research on this, or I'm thinking about proposing an ordinance on something, so I need to see, you know, past, you know, documents or whatever it may be. There are some limits, right? But by and large, y'all are entitled to see what you want. This is one key thing to keep in mind. This is different than the public information request that you can do as a private citizen, right? The main difference for y'all is if you want to get city records with the intent of sharing them with anyone else, you want to do that through the Open Records Act, right? That's where any citizen can come and submit a request, and that triggers the city, Natasha and the city staff to vet all of that, right? So that what gets released to someone through that process doesn't contain confidential information or anything else, right? There's a whole bunch of steps we go through. When y'all request something through what we call the special right of access or the SRA process, we don't need, because you're inside the city, we don't need to redact anything at all, right? We're not showing it to you isn't the same as releasing it to the public. With that said, with my other city clients, we typically recommend that the request be done in writing, so we've got a record of, you know, who asked for what, when, right? Some cities will, when that happens, will alert the other city council members, hey, so-and-so asked for this. Just so if one of y'all also says, oh, I want that too, or for whatever reason, you're not caught off guard when, you know, someone has information you don't have, right? That's something y'all can do as well. And then there is no charge for providing the information. However, I would advise y'all to keep in mind, it does put a burden on your staff, right? If you ask for 10,000 pages, by law, we have to provide it to you, right? But that may be, you know, put a burden and on city resources, right? So keep that in mind. You know, when you're asking for something, it does need to be provided promptly, but that term isn't defined. So if you ask for a ton of stuff, it may be that, you know, Natasha, it's within her rights to say, hey, yeah, I can get you 10% of this every week for 10 weeks until you get it all. It'll be in batches, but I just can't drop everything I'm doing and do it and get it right. So we'll, you know, work through that. I would recommend though that y'all adopt a policy, and I'll be glad to bring one back, and y'all can redline it as much as you want, but putting the request in writing. And then there's also a confidentiality agreement that you can require. You can do it just once. You can have all of you sign it once to say, anything I get under this, I'm agreeing to treat it just the same as the city treats it, right? Well, part of that is typically like watermark. If you request a copy and you want to take a report home or something, my advice to other clients in interpreting this is we go ahead and watermark it. So if that copy goes, because once we hand it over, you're required to keep it secure. You can't leave it lying around or whatever. Because we aren't going to redact anything, right? It may be sensitive information that we wouldn't normally give out to the public, but that you're getting as a council person. So we might watermark it. In the case of like something that's difficult to watermark, like video or audio recording, that's one where my recommendation, is always going to be to come in and inspect something like that. That way, because if we start making copies of videos or audio and it gets out, we've got a long list of people that might be responsible, right? That we have to track down. So it's easier if you can say, hey, I never got a copy. I wouldn't listen to it or watched it, but I never got a copy. And then you're good. So that pretty much covers it. If y'all are ever on the fence on like, hey, I want to see something, but I don't know which of these to pick, right? Do I do an open records? Do I do the SRA? I'm always available to walk y'all through the differences between the two and answer any questions you have about the timeline or the steps you got to take or whatever. So we can go through that, but right now it's just a statute. We've kind of done our best to follow it, but I think every city I think is going to adopt a policy. I think we're also going to see in the next year or two some more guidance on this from like the AG and the courts on, are there any boundaries? Right now it says you can't charge. So if someone wants 1 million pages of documents, right, there's got to be some boundaries on this, and also interpreting the what is your official capacity, right? Where does that where do you draw that line? If I'm the only council member interested in some a line of research or something, is it really a good use of city resources if it's never going to go anywhere? If the rest of council has made clear we're never adopting an ordinance on X, Y, and Z, right? But I'm still drumming up, using city staff to pull old documents about that topic. I expect we'll get guidance on that. We don't have any right now, so it's nothing to do about it right now. But if y'all are okay with it, I'll bring back a policy that kind of spells out these steps. And as a reminder, as part of this, your city administrator is like your liaison, right? So if any of you ever need a city record or anything, Ms. Moran's the one you go to, right? The mayor's in a little bit different spot with the way the city's set up, but as far as the other council members, she's your liaison, and then she'll go to the appropriate department head, whoever it may be, and get you whatever you need, or tell you what you need to do to get it. And I think that will, and vice versa, right? If a staff member other than Ms. Moran needs to reach out to one of y'all, it should really flow through the city administrator. That's the like two pyramids touching, right? And she's the liaison between the two, between y'all and the city staff and vice versa. So these SRAs would be submitted to her, and then she would, like, if y'all wanted something, to be an email to her saying, I want all the contracts from 2022. And she would then go, process that and get it back to you. But we'll talk about it again. If I bring back a policy, we can talk more about it and make changes to it, whatever y'all want to do. Are there any questions on the SRA process?
No questions? No questions. Thank you, Austin.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I think that is definitely great guidance for us to consider adopting a policy so that we all follow. However, if council wants to make a motion for that, or however y'all want to address this, it was for him to kind of make sure we're all on the same page as far as requesting documentation and viewing that, and who can and who do we go to. So just for record, if I would like to ask for a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it's not. It's only for discussion. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Austin. All right, item 25, that concludes our new business. We're going into executive session, item 25, on the following items. 25A, discussion, deliberation, and consultation regarding candidate interviews for appointment and hiring of the Assistant Finance Director pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074. Item 25B, discussion, deliberation, and consultation regarding complaint involving the City of Dilley Police Department Police Chief pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074. Before we go into the next item, legal, and
Yeah,
Ms. Moran, was this individual provided the complaint?
so a couple things on all this.
Okay,
So there's gonna be a lot of bouncing, there's gonna be a lot of bouncing around between exceptions that are being claimed here, right? And it's important because some of these are personnel exception and some is attorney-client privilege, right?
okay,
So under the personnel exception, you're discussing something related to a person, right, or a position. Under the attorney-client privilege, you're seeking legal advice, right? So it's two distinct purposes. When with the legal, consultation with attorney, the only people that need to be in the room is city council and myself, and anyone else y'all want present, but it's at your discretion who you want present or not. Under the personnel exception, the individual has a right to ask that discussion be had in open session. So there may be folks that want to do that if they're on the agenda. And we'll deal with that as it comes along. But if any of these items involve both exceptions, there may be some switching around, right? Of like, ask your legal questions first, and then when you're ready to get into the personnel side of it, we'll go get whoever needs to come in, and so forth. So that, just so you all know, this might be a little complicated. The first B, C, and D, these are complaints against police officers.
okay.
There's a whole process that they need to go through. These just arrived, right? They haven't been investigated or, anything like that. And as far as like complaints against chief, obviously come to y'all, but complaints against officers other than the chief really need to go to him first. And they have an internal process about that. So these items aren't ripe for discussion, and I'm happy to give more legal advice about the process they follow, or what's the kind of the overview of the law of this. But they're not ready to the actual substance of whatever the complaint is or anything like that isn't up for discussion tonight. So.
Okay, and
Just
the
so
reason I asked,
clear.
because I do have to ask if they wanted an open session or closed session, so.
Yes, I would advise that we don't even discuss these unless you'll have a need for legal advice, which we can do in closed session, but further than what I'm saying here, I don't think there's a need to discuss them at all, and I would let those individuals know.
What, can you use your mic?
I would go with the recommendation of council.
Okay. So we won't discuss this evening and bring it up, okay. So just for clarification, 25B, 25C, and 25D will not be discussed in executive session this evening.
Thank y'all.
25E, discussion, deliberation, and consultation regarding candidate interviews for appointment and hiring of library director pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074. 25F, discussion and update regarding fire protection services pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071.
And just a side note on that one, I would ask if we could bump that to the beginning.
Okay.
That would be great. We can knock that one out.
Thank you. 25G, discussion and deliberation regarding pool evaluation for the Dilley Swimming Pool pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071. 25H, discussion, deliberation, and consultation regarding lieutenant position for the Dilley Police Department, including authority to modify job description and administrative authority pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074. 25I, discussion, deliberation, and consultation regarding complaint involving the city administrator and request for independent investigation pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074 and or 551.071. Ms. Moran, do you want this item in open or closed session?
Closed session.
Thank you. 25J, discussion and deliberation regarding Texas Municipal League TML representation for the city council pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071. 25K, discussion and deliberation regarding request for independent study evaluation of the Dilley Police Department pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071. 25L, discussion and deliberation regarding replacement for city attorney within the firm pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071. 25M, discussion, deliberation, and consultation regarding entering an employment contract with the city administrator pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074 and or 551.071. Thank you. It is 8:57 and we go into executive session. You are more than welcome to stick around, but please be patient with us. Thank y'all for being here. You ready? We are back to open session at 12:01 a.m., but we will be reconvening for a new meeting today, July 15th at 12:03 a.m. We'll be back shortly. Return from executive session at 1:16 a.m. (26A), action regarding appointment and hiring of assistant finance director. There is no action on this item.
Yeah, I think a few of these can be eliminated. A,
Mhm.
B, C, D, and E, right?
Correct. A, B, C, and D.
I believe F is just
E,
to
but you said E.
E.
No?
It's tabled.
Okay.
It's tabled. F, or for the fire protection services, we've got direction from council on that, but no action tonight.
Okay, we'll go through them and then we'll.
We'll go one at a time.
Yes, so for sure, the other items, 26B, action regarding complaint involving the City of Dilley Police Department, Police Chief, that was not discussed. 26C, action regarding complaint involving the Public Information Office Reserve Officer, that was also item not for discussion. 26D, action regarding other complaint involving the Police Chief, that was also omitted. 26E, action regarding appointment and hiring of library director. As requested to table, can I have a motion?
Motion to table.
Motion made by Council Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Shoot, oh, before,
Want to amend your,
yeah, I mean, my motion, my amended motion is to table this item of the applications and bring back for the special meeting, and also including the
Review.
was it? I'm sorry, my.
It's okay,
blank
take your
just
time.
blank- They just blanked right now, for the ex-employee,
Third-party investigation.
yes. There.
Yeah, y'all wanted an item added to the next agenda to discuss and, yeah, just discuss the previous library director.
You got that, Mayor?
We'll work on the wording, but yeah.
What he said.
First placed by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place Three,
Quicker.
Marisa Torres. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have one abstain due to conflict of interest. 26F, so that is 4 and 1 abstain due to conflict of interest. 26F, action regarding the fire protection services.
Do we need to put a
This
motion?
one, we gave direction.
Direction,
We already gave direction to
Yes.
Bill. 26G, action regarding pool evaluation for the Dilley swimming pool. This was discussed back in executive session. Now we are to discuss this in open session regarding the pool evaluation for the Dilley swimming pool in regards to the evaluation that was presented to us. So I do need a motion from council on how we will be proceeding with the operations of our public swimming pool.
Can you elaborate though a little bit of as to why it's being?
Sure, you can go ahead. You can do
Well,
that.
Okay, so I don't have the paperwork with me, but Ms. Moran, do you want to give quickly the reason why it's being?
the study that we found out.
So there were some findings on the evaluation that was presented in regard to the operational state of our public pool. And regarding that, in reference to that, there are some safety measures that need to be addressed. And so based on that, council will make a decision on how we will proceed with the operations of the City of Dilley Public Pool, as well as the lifeguard employees employed there.
So I believe we came to a conclusion that we will be closing down the swimming pool until these matters were fixed, and our swimming pool employees will be utilized throughout the rest of the season, and other parts, correct?
Is that your motion?
Correct.
Yes,
It's gonna be closed.
So, yes, we're closing it down.
your microphone. Yes, that is to include any parties that are scheduled as well due to the findings and for safety.
To amend that, let me, so we'll be closing down the swimming pool and we'll have to, how is the contract done and, is there any
You'd refund, we
any
can,
refund
y'all can-
given back?
yeah, y'all can refund any
Okay, yeah,
rental
add
fee.
that, the refunds going back to people, the parties, and also the employees. Finishing,
Reassigned.
reassigned.
Yeah. Reassignment of lifeguard employees.
All right, I think everybody had a say in that motion. Motion made by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place Five, Alberto Gomez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
Me too.
3-2. 26H, action regarding lieutenant position for the Dilley Police Department, including job description and administrative authority. So, we did get legal advice on this
I got my
and
direction on
direction.
that. There's no action on that tonight, but we will essentially table it, so it'll come back again with a decision, made on that. Actually, it's not gonna be needed. What's gonna come out of this is revisions to the handbook. So I'll bring those back. It won't be the lieutenant item, it'll say revisions to handbook. But once those are approved, then the process will move forward, so. If y'all want to make a motion, it would be to direct me to revise the handbook as discussed.
Legal has given our advice. Do I have a motion, council?
Make a motion that authorize legal to work on the proper paperwork and procedures for the hiring,
The hiring process.
the hiring process and
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Place Four, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 26I, action regarding complaint involving the city administrator and request for independent investigation. Council, can I have a motion, please?
The motion there would be just to direct me again to issue a response to the grievance as discussed in executive session.
I make a motion that we allow Austin to, our city attorney, to draft the response to our decision on that item.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
What was the motion?
The motion was to authorize our city attorney to respond to the grievance.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place Four, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 26J, action regarding Texas Municipal League TML representation for the city council.
Motion passes?
I'm sorry?
Motion passes?
Yes, motion passes. Did I not say that? I'm sorry, motion passes. Motion for 26J TML representation,
That was just a
That was
discussion.
just a discussion,
Informational, right?
informational purposes. 26K, action regarding independent study evaluation of the Dilley Police Department. Motion, please. Well, before motion, are there any public comments that we want to make to the public regarding this? It was an executive session for the legal advice, but for any other reasons to address this as to why this is being requested?
Who was the person that asked for this again? Ms. Moran, right?
This was city administrator requested.
I think legal advice that we can do that. And the chief itself welcomed the investigation, so I think we should go ahead and make a motion to hire a third party to do the
Yeah.
investigation.
And that would be the action. And if it's something y'all want to move forward with, but so part of something like this is establishing the parameters of what it is
What
you're
it is that
asking.
you're,
So the best we could do tonight would be to go ahead and bring back we can find vendors that do this kind of thing, consultants that do this. And they'd be able to hopefully come present to y'all and say, hey, here's kind of the services we offer and the prices and all that, and we can go from there. So if y'all want to, the motion, I guess, would be to direct staff to move forward.
yes, chief.
You gotta amend your motion
To what?
to to search for vendors. To conduct the investigation.
Mayor, council, like I said, we do welcome the investigation. However, I do ask that we are, as the chief of police department head, a part of the process in order to remain transparency.
Thank you, chief. Will you be amending your motion, Mr. Aranda?
Yes, making a motion to us to go for search for a third party investigator.
You can do it formally and issue like an RFQ, or, I mean, we can bring you some firms that do this kind of work and y'all can pick. But if you want to do an RFQ, we can do that as well. The only problem with that is you're gonna need the parameters that you want. Like, are you wanting to
What
look
are you
at
gonna
like
concentrate on?
employment policies? Are you wanting to look at traffic stops? Are you wanting to look at like, what is it you want information about? Because it's hard to respond.
So Ms. Moran, you did place this on the agenda. Is there anything specifically that you're requesting for this independent study? So that we can receive more guidance as to why this was requested? Can you hear, microphone, please?
So the rationale behind that is request, as chief has agreed to this as well, is that we identify any operational gaps and strengthen the department's accountability and the public's trust. And the recommended action is that council authorize the city administrator to solicit proposals from qualified firms and return with a scope of work and a cost proposal for the council to approve.
So just for clarification, if we can request for Ms. Moran to submit to us what specification she's going to be requesting in this independent study, so that we can go out to receive RFQs from the vendors for independent studies.
Sorry, Council. And if I can also get as to why it is being conducted as well. In that way, as a department head, I know what brought on this line item to the agenda.
Well, taking the previous meeting and the allegations that were presented to us, I feel like this is where she is not evaluating the department. It's a independent study. If they find the discrepancies of what these allegations were that were presented to us, I mean, and other things.
I don't think her line item refers back to any of the chief complaints from the.
No. The fact that going back to everything that's happened in the previous weeks, wouldn't it be a good idea to have someone come in? I mean, it's not her conducting any type of, the claims were that she is micromanaging, correct?
But I don't believe that's the reason why we're requesting the independent study. And if that's nothing.
Her independent study,
And if
from
that's
what
the
I'm
reason,
getting. So,
we
I
need to be very careful what is.
till tonight, or when the agenda came out, sorry, I was made aware that if that was even being requested, I was never approached as a department head, like, hey, chief, we're considering conducting this. That's why I asked that if it does go forward, I am along, part of the process as well.
Unless you're aware that that's the reason why this independent study was requested.
No, but that was my understanding due to all the allegations that were being brought upon. And accusations being back and forth, an independent study would come upon the department as well as Ms. Moran herself. I mean, am I not?
No,
I
think
don't,
those are.
Ms. Moran, did you want to clarify that? I think council thinks that due to the citizens' comments from Mr. Esparza on the last meeting is the reason for the request for this. So-
Chief, I don't think I need to clarify anything. You're continuing to question a council member to justify her reason for voting. So you're questioning her. I think my recommendation is very clear, and it is to consider the organizational and operational assessments of our police department. There have been some things that have been brought up, and I believe Councilwoman Torres was giving us a statement. You did ask her, and she's giving you her response.
Well, and before y'all approve anything, there's a whole lot more detail that goes into this. So we'll take the next step to bring y'all some vendors, but they're gonna want to know, what do you want out of
We're
this? So,
gonna-
and that's gonna be y'all's call.
I'm going to bring back this, like I stated, the scope of work so that you all can decide, and the proposal, the cost proposal for you all.
And the services that they offer.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Torres, I wasn't questioning, I just wanted to like get a little bit more clarification, but I wasn't questioning your.
No, I was just trying to,
Mhm.
get
I just wanted to make sure we had
clarification.
I had a good understanding of the reason
Same.
being. Yes, ma'am. So never questioning.
All right, if I can please have a formal motion?
I make a motion that we authorize the city administrator to go for RFQs so we can get independent study on the police department.
Motion made by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 26L, action regarding replacement for city attorney within the firm. So, based on our legal guidance, this item can be moved forward in the process, if that is what council is wanting to direct, city administrator to negotiate with city attorney, our firm.
No, we already decided to go for RFQs as well.
They can submit an RFQ and
Talk about
they,
Mr. Garcia.
they can submit an RFQ and submit that, in the process, say maybe a different attorney will be presenting City of Dili.
In the time being.
Hmm.
Like until they find another.
No.
So what the item on the table is right now is whether or not council wants for a replacement for our current city attorney within the
Yeah,
firm.
and it really just and if that's what y'all want to do, that's fine. It really just comes down to availability. So it's whoever's free. We cover a lot. Mondays and Tuesdays are popular meeting days. I have a meeting every Monday and every Tuesday of the whole month. So it's who's available. So I can bring y'all back that roster of people that are available. If you're open to changing your meeting date, then that obviously opens it up to more options, but that's up to y'all.
Ms. Moran, can you please present to council why this item why you're requesting for a replacement of the city attorney?
So I have submitted requests for legal opinions, and one of those where I have stated is that given the allegations and the legal opinions that he's issued, that he has now become a fact witness, and therefore we are asking that you all take into consideration that because he is now part of a fact witness in a potential litigation, that we stay with the same firm, but ask for a different lawyer to represent the city.
Austin, if I may ask you a question regarding her comment about the fact witness. Isn't there something that y'all have in your legal firm that if you are part of the deliberation or anything or a fact witness, then they would send somebody else to represent, or we would be
Yeah, it gets
assigned to a
into-
third party or TML?
Well, changing lawyers within my firm isn't gonna help you if that's the case, because anything I've been involved with imparts to the whole firm, right? So, I think what she's describing is a situation where
Ma'am, please, we're conducting a meeting.
you can't be a fact, if there's a lawsuit, I can't be on the witness stand and also be the lawyer
Under
saying,
oath.
hey, this guy's guilty, right? Like you can't do both. I can't be a witness and an advocate, they call it. So before that ever happens, we would advise y'all, hey, there's a conflict here. And you would go get another attorney, like a totally different law firm just for that matter, typically. So you get like,
How we discuss about the TML representation, if there was something that.
yeah, if y'all had a lawsuit the TML picks up, they would provide their own, they would, as the insurer, they get to pick the lawyer. And they do that in part because we very well might be called to say, were you at that
Were
meeting
you-
when so-and-so
were
said
you-
this and that, right? Like we're witnesses at that point. So it's partially to avoid a conflict of interest, but
Just wanted to.
when it's a hard conflict, we have an ethical duty to advise you. I can't represent you in this, and we would obviously do that. A lot of times though, when it's just like a potential conflict, like say we represented, another city and y'all were doing an interlocal, we would let both clients know, hey, we're on both sides of this deal, but we think we can be fair about it. And then y'all can waive that conflict of interest. So whenever I feel there's a conflict or potential conflict, I have an ethical duty to advise y'all of that and take whatever steps necessary. So that's built in though to what we do. But
Okay.
yeah, if the concern she has is that there's a lawsuit and we won't be able to advise you as an advocate, before that ever happens, we would tell you, get a special counsel, get an
So-
outside firm to do this.
So Ms. Moran, you're requesting this for immediate approval, like for him to be replaced within the firm immediately or upon?
And just to be clear, yeah, swapping me out for someone else in my firm is not
Mhm.
going to help address the problem of a conflict.
Of a conflict?
Yeah. If
And
that's,
correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, correct me if what I'm about to ask I shouldn't be asking, because I do want to make sure legality wise, but what exactly would you consider him witnessing that we're having to see his replacement?
I think that was in executive session discussions and other previous executive sessions, Mayor, that
Okay,
we all are aware that we should not be discussing anything out in the public that is discussed in executive session. I did make it clear that he is.
and that's all I need to know, that if it
potential
was
fact-
based on executive
fact
session,
witness
because
in-
we did not discuss this item only for legal. We have to discuss this in
Yes,
open session.
yes, ma'am.
So that's why I wanted
Yeah,
that.
and that's my response.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that's all the questions and concerns I have. If council, did you need to say, oh,
no, I still am unsure which of these things she thinks is going to result in litigation, but that's okay. It's up to y'all whether you want
okay.
to swap with.
Council, if y'all have any questions, or if there are no further questions or discussion, I ask for a motion.
Motion, no further action.
Motion made by Council Member Place 4, Joe Garcia. Do I have a second?
No second.
Second by Council Member Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor? Even if you made the motion or seconded, I need to hear yay or nay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 26M, action regarding employment contract with the city administrator. That was done in executive session. Council, I asked for a motion.
Motion of having no contract.
Motion made by Council Member Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council Member Place 4, Joe Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
3-2. Motion passes. 27, general announcements. I know we just have that event that we did say tomorrow with the petting zoo. No, you're good.
Yes, we do have that event coming in tomorrow. And then we are working on a back to school bash on August the 3rd to give, backpacks. We will be doing it here in the east side parking lot area. We are working on getting, certain, participants and also working on what we can give and stuff. We do have donors who are going to donate, and we are working on providing that for August 3rd. I am also I sent out email towards the school to have maybe the high school cheerleaders and the wolf mascot there to pump up the kids and get them that, hey, school's starting.
nice, yeah.
So
At what time is this taking place?
it should be from 5:30 to 8.
That's how we do our
August
back to
3rd?
school bash.
Yes, August 3rd. I'm still having to figure out what we're going to do. But I think we're gonna get inflatables, and we are going to have games and goodie bags, as well as giving out the backpacks themselves.
It's not
So-
gonna be the
Is there a
right?
weight limit
Okay.
for the jumping castle?
Is there-
I cannot say because I don't run those.
Okay.
Everything's already set up at top.
Just about, we're just confirming, now, we did reach out, and, I am also going to reach out to local vendors to see if they wanted to give out goodie bags and stuff, somewhat kind of like how we do the trunk or treat or the, fall festival, where they just give out little goodies. Doesn't have to be something big, just, give out for the kids to, get entertained.
And how many backpacks is it total?
We do not have that number yet, but we're hopefully trying to, I know our goal has always been about 300 to try to give out.
Alrighty. There's no other general announcements. Council, do y'all have any announcements? Y'all are all signed up for the newly elected orientation. Get with Natasha by noon tomorrow for any items on the special meeting agenda. And then also get back with Natasha by the end of the week for the Hog Wild conference.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Samuel.
Alrighty.
Samuel.
So it is 1:44 a.m. and we adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you.